The ancient dragon Vorthak had seen empires rise and fall across 3 galaxies. His massive form, covered in scales that shimmered like dark metal, rested upon the highest peak of the prison moon Kethmara. For 2,000 years, he had been the ultimate warden of this place where the galaxy's most dangerous criminals met their end. Today felt different. The transport ship descended through the toxic atmosphere, its hull scarred from the journey through the asteroid field that protected this forgotten world. Vorthak's golden eyes, each larger than a human head, tracked the vessel as it landed on the designated platform. His enhanced senses detected the usual cargo of condemned prisoners, but something else made his ancient instincts stir. A human child. The dragon's massive head tilted slightly. In all his centuries as warden, no child had ever been sent to Kethmara. This was a place for the worst monsters the galaxy had to offer. War criminals who had destroyed entire star systems. Pirates who had enslaved thousands. Scientists who had created weapons of mass extinction. Not children. The transport doors hissed open, and the prisoners began to file out in their energy shackles. Vorthak's vision was sharp enough to see each individual clearly despite the distance. 7 Krillian assassins, their blue skin marked with the ritual scars of their trade. 3 HFY warlords, their forearms bound with containment fields. A rogue AI housed in a mechanical body, its optical sensors scanning for escape routes that would never come. And at the end of the line, a small human girl. She couldn't be older than 12 standard years. Her brown hair was tangled and dirty, her simple clothes torn and stained. Unlike the other prisoners who struggled against their bonds or glared with defiant hatred, the child simply walked forward with quiet acceptance. Her dark eyes held a strange calmness that disturbed the dragon more than any threat ever could. The prison guards, members of the militant Korath species, herded the prisoners toward the main facility. Their leader, Commander Zexko, was a particular favorite of Vorthak's. The Korath's disciplined nature and respect for proper protocol made him an ideal subordinate. The commander's scaled face showed its usual professional composure, but Vorthak detected something different in his movements. Confusion, perhaps even concern. The dragon activated his communication array, a neural link that connected directly to the prison systems. Commander Zexko, report to my chamber immediately after processing the new arrivals. The Korath's antenna-like sensory organs twitched acknowledgement. Within the hour, he stood in the vast cavern that served as Vorthak's personal domain. The space could have held a small starship, its walls carved from the living rock of the mountain and decorated with trophies from the dragon's long service to the Galactic Coalition. Warden, Zexko began, his voice carefully controlled, I must protest the inclusion of the human child in this transport. Vorthak's great head lowered until he was eye level with his subordinate. You question the judgment of the Coalition courts. I question the judgment of sending a 12-year-old to a place where the average life expectancy is measured in days. The commander's professional mask slipped slightly. My research into her case file shows irregularities. This was interesting. Zexko was not given to emotional displays or unnecessary criticism of authority. Explain. The Korath activated a holographic display from his wrist unit. The child's image appeared between them, along with scrolling text in Galactic Standard. Her name is Sarah-chan, resident of the human colony World Harmony's Edge. According to the official charges, she is responsible for the destruction of a Coalition research station and the deaths of 47 scientists. Vorthak studied the information. The evidence seems comprehensive. That's what troubles me, Warden. Look at the timeline. New data appeared on the display. The attack occurred while she was documented as being in a medical facility on the other side of the planet. The energy signature analysis shows the weapon used was of Krillian design, yet she had no known contact with their species. Most significantly, the security footage of the attack shows a figure in combat armor that stands at least 6 feet tall. The dragon's eyes narrowed. This child barely reaches 4 feet. Exactly. Yet, somehow, the evidence against her was deemed conclusive by a coalition court. Her own legal representative failed to present these contradictions as evidence. Zexkeo's frustration was becoming more apparent. "I've been a soldier for 30 years, Warden. I've seen frame jobs before. This is all the signs." Vordak considered this information. The Galactic Coalition prided itself on justice and due process, but even the most righteous institutions could be corrupted. He had seen it before in his long service. "What is your recommendation, Commander?" "Grant me permission to conduct a full investigation. If the child is innocent, she doesn't belong here. If she's guilty of something else, we need to know what we're really dealing with." The dragon's massive form shifted slightly, a sound like grinding stone echoing through the chamber. "Permission granted. But, Commander, remember that we are bound by coalition law. Until her conviction is overturned by proper authority, she remains a prisoner under our care." "Understood, Warden." After Zexkeo left, Vordak found himself unable to focus on his usual duties. Something about the human child nagged at his ancient consciousness. He had developed a keen sense for dangerous prisoners over his centuries of service. The truly dangerous ones usually fell into categories he understood: those driven by rage, those consumed by madness, those motivated by greed or power. The child showed none of these signs. Instead, there was something else in her manner that he couldn't identify. It wasn't fear, though any rational being should be terrified in this place. It wasn't defiance, though many innocents tried to maintain their dignity through shows of strength. It was something deeper, more complex. It was resignation, but not the broken kind that came from defeat. It was the resignation of someone who had made peace with circumstances beyond their control. The dragon accessed the prison's internal monitoring system, something he rarely did. Privacy was generally respected for prisoners during their final days, a small mercy in a place devoted to punishment. But this situation warranted closer attention. The child had been assigned to Block 7, a section typically reserved for prisoners who posed minimal physical threat, but required maximum security due to the nature of their crimes. Her cell was sparse but adequate: a sleeping platform, basic sanitation facilities, and a small table with a chair size for her diminutive frame. She sat on the edge of the sleeping platform, her small hands folded in her lap, looking around the space with what appeared to be simple curiosity rather than despair. When a meal was delivered through the automated system, she thanked the mechanical arm that extended from the wall, as if it were a living being capable of appreciating her gratitude. This behavior was unprecedented in Vordak's experience. Most prisoners spent their first hours raging against their confinement, demanding to speak with lawyers or government officials, or simply weeping in despair. The child did none of these things. She ate her meal with careful deliberation, examined her surroundings with the methodical attention of a scientist, and eventually laid down to sleep with apparent calm. The dragon found this more disturbing than if she had screamed and raged. The next morning brought the first sign of real trouble. 3 prisoners from Block 5 had somehow bypassed the security systems during the night shift. This should have been impossible. The containment fields alone required specialized knowledge to overcome. Yet somehow, the Krillian assassins had found their way to Block 7. Vordak watched through the monitoring system as the 3 blue-skinned killers approached the child's cell. Their leader, a scarred veteran named Kitar, had been responsible for 17 political assassinations before his capture. His companions were equally deadly, trained from birth in the art of silent murder. They had disabled the cell's force field with a device that should not have existed on Kethmara. Someone had smuggled technology onto the prison moon, which meant there was a larger conspiracy at work. "Wake up, little human," Kitar hissed as they entered the cell. His voice carried the sibilant accent of his species, each word carefully pronounced to maximize intimidation. "We have questions for you." The child sat up slowly, rubbing sleep from her eyes. She looked at the 3 towering aliens with the same calm curiosity she had shown everything else. "Are you here to hurt me?" The simplicity of the question seemed to catch the assassins off guard. Kitar recovered first, pulling a crude blade from his belt. Prison regulations prohibited traditional weapons, but enterprising inmates always found ways to create substitutes. That depends on your answers, child. Tell us who you really are. I'm Sarah Chun, she replied matter-of-factly. I'm 12 years old. I used to live on Harmony's Edge with my parents until they died in a mining accident. After that, I lived at the children's home until the Coalition arrested me. Stop lying. One of SCK Tar's companions stepped forward, his own improvised weapon gleaming in the cell's dim lighting. No 12-year-old destroys a research station with military-grade explosives. I didn't destroy anything, Sarah said quietly. But I don't think you care about that. SCK Tar's eyes narrowed. You're right, we don't. We care about who paid for your conviction. Someone wanted you here specifically, and we want to know why. The dragon realized he was witnessing something significant. These assassins weren't acting on their own initiative. They were working for someone who had orchestrated the child's false conviction. But their methods were about to provide him with invaluable information about the girl herself. I don't know who would want me here, Sarah continued, her voice maintaining its calm tone even as the sitar raised his blade. I don't know anything about research stations or explosives or politics. I just know that sometimes bad things happen to good people, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Perhaps, as a guitar hissed, but pain has a way of refreshing memory. Let's see what you remember when you're screaming. The assassin moved with the fluid grace of his species, the blade descending toward the child's exposed arm. It should have been an easy cut, designed to cause maximum pain while avoiding serious injury. The interrogation would have continued for hours, gradually escalating until the child broke and revealed whatever secrets she supposedly possessed. Instead, something impossible happened. Sarah's hand moved faster than Vorthack's enhanced vision could track. One moment she was sitting passively on her sleeping platform. The next she had caught SCK Tar's wrist in a grip that stopped the blade inches from her skin. The assassin's expression shifted from cruel anticipation to shock, then to something approaching fear. You're hurting me, Sarah said, her voice still calm, but carrying an undertone that made the dragon's ancient instincts scream warnings. I don't like being hurt. SCK Tar tried to pull his arm free and discovered he couldn't. The 12-year-old human girl was holding him in place with casual ease, her small fingers wrapped around his wrist like steel bands. His companions moved to assist him, but neither could reach their target. The child was doing something that defied every law of physics Vorthack understood. Space around Sarah seemed to bend and twist in ways that made visual tracking impossible. The two assassins found themselves unable to approach her, their movements becoming sluggish and uncoordinated as if they were moving through thick liquid. Their weapons fell from nerveless fingers, clattering uselessly to the floor. Please stop trying to hurt me, Sarah said, still holding SCK Tar's wrist with that impossible grip. I really don't want to hurt you back. The warning in her voice was subtle, but unmistakable. This was not a threat born of anger or malice. It was the patient explanation of someone trying to avoid an unpleasant necessity. Vorthack had seen enough. He activated the emergency response system, flooding Block 7 with security drones and containment fields. The situation was beyond the scope of normal prison protocols. Within minutes, the three assassins were secured in isolation cells, their improvised weapons confiscated, and their persons subjected to complete security screening. But the most significant discovery came when the medical team examined SCK Tar's wrist. The bones had been compressed, but not broken, the pressure applied with surgical precision to cause maximum discomfort while avoiding permanent damage. According to the medical scanners, the force required for such an effect would have been approximately 2,000 pounds per square inch, applied by a 12-year-old girl who weighed less than 90 pounds. Commander ZXKO arrived at Vorthack's chamber within the hour, his usually composed demeanor showing signs of significant stress. Warden, I've completed my preliminary investigation into the child's background. What I found raises more questions than it answers. The dragon's attention was fully focused now. Report. Sarah Chin's parents were indeed killed in a mining accident, as she claimed. But the accident itself was suspicious. The safety systems failed in a way that suggested sabotage. The children's home, where she lived afterward, was operated by a private foundation with connections to several coalition intelligence agencies. Vorthack's great head tilted slightly. You suspect she was being prepared for some purpose. More than that, Warden. I found records of unusual medical treatments administered during her time at the facility. Genetic therapy, neural enhancement procedures, experimental drug trials, all conducted under the authority of classified research permits. The pieces of a larger puzzle were beginning to form in the dragon's mind. Someone was experimenting on her. That's my assessment. But here's what truly concerns me. 3 days before the research station attack, Sarah Chun disappeared from the children's home. The official report claims she was transferred to another facility, but I can find no record of such a transfer. She was simply gone, until she reappeared as the prime suspect in a terrorist attack. Exactly. And now we have evidence of her displaying abilities that should be impossible for any human, enhanced or otherwise. Vorthack considered the implications. If the child had been subjected to experimental procedures that granted her superhuman abilities, her presence on Kethmara took on an entirely different meaning. Someone wanted her isolated where her powers could be studied or where she could be eliminated without public scrutiny. Commander, I want you to place the child under special protection. Isolate her in the maximum security wing, but ensure she's treated as a potential victim rather than a confirmed criminal. Monitor all communications regarding her case and report any unusual activity immediately. Understood, Warden. But, sir, there's something else you should know. The dragon waited for the rest of the report. During the incident with the assassins, our monitoring systems recorded energy readings that don't match any known technology. Whatever the child did to restrain those prisoners involved the manipulation of space-time on a localized level. According to our sensors, she briefly created a gravity well with her bare hands. Vorthack felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries: genuine unease. If humans had developed the ability to manipulate fundamental forces through biological enhancement, the implications for galactic security were staggering. But more troubling was the question of why such a powerful being would allow herself to be imprisoned without resistance. Sir, Zexko continued, I think we may be dealing with something far beyond our normal protocols. This child might be the most dangerous prisoner we've ever housed. Or she might be the key to exposing a conspiracy that reaches the highest levels of coalition government. The dragon's golden eyes fixed on his subordinate. Then, we must ensure she survives long enough for the truth to be revealed. Double the security around her cell, but do so quietly. I don't want to alert whoever arranged her conviction that we're taking special interest in her case. As the commander left to implement these orders, Vorthack found himself staring at the monitoring display that showed Sarah's new cell. The child had adapted to her relocation with the same calm acceptance she showed everything else. She sat quietly reading a book provided by the automated entertainment system, occasionally looking up as if sensing his observation. For just a moment, their eyes seemed to meet across the electronic barrier between them. The dragon saw something in her gaze that chilled his ancient soul. Not malice or hatred, but a depth of understanding that no 12-year-old should possess. Sarah Chun was not what she appeared to be, but whether she was a victim of cruel experimentation, a weapon waiting to be activated, or something else entirely remained to be discovered. What Vorthack didn't know was that he was about to become involved in events that would challenge everything he believed about justice, power, and the true nature of humanity itself. The game had begun, and the stakes were higher than anyone could have imagined. 3 days after the incident with the Krillian assassins, Vorthack received an unexpected communication from the Galactic Coalition High Command. The message arrived through encrypted channels reserved for matters of supreme importance, and its contents made the ancient dragon's scales ripple with unease. Warden Vorthack, the holographic image of Grand Admiral Tikasindra, spoke from the communication chamber, her crystalline Velthari features reflecting the light in prismatic patterns. I trust you have been maintaining proper security protocols regarding prisoner designation SC-7749. The dragon noted the careful avoidance of Sarah's name. All procedures have been followed according to Coalition standards, Grand Admiral. Excellent. However, new intelligence has come to light regarding this particular prisoner. She is to be transferred immediately to Coalition Research Facility Nexus 7 for specialized containment and study. Vorthack's massive claws scraped against stone. Grand Admiral, with respect, such transfers typically require extensive documentation and review procedures. I have received no such paperwork. The Velthari's expression remained neutral, but something in her multifaceted eyes suggested she was operating under significant pressure. The authorization will arrive within the hour. This matter has been classified at the highest levels of security. You're not to discuss the transfer with anyone, including your staff. I understand operational security, Grand Admiral, but I must point out that Facility Nexus 7 is not equipped for holding dangerous prisoners. It's a research station. The prisoner will be properly contained. Your only concern is ensuring the transfer occurs without incident. The communication ended before Vorthack could raise further objections. He stared at the empty holographic display, his ancient mind processing the implications of what he had just heard. Grand Admiral Tichwasindra was known for her strict adherence to proper procedures. For her to bypass normal channels and demand an immediate transfer suggested someone with even greater authority was pulling strings. Commander ZXKO arrived within minutes of being summoned, his scaled features showing the same concern that Vorthack felt. Warden, I intercepted communication traffic indicating an unauthorized ship is approaching Kethmara. The vessel is broadcasting Coalition identification codes, but they don't match any scheduled arrivals. How long until it reaches us? 47 minutes, sir. Vorthack made a decision that went against every regulation in the Coalition military code. Commander, I want you to initiate Protocol 7. ZXKO's antenna-like sensory organs stiffened with shock. Protocol 7 was the prison's emergency lockdown procedure, designed to prevent any transfers or communications during a suspected security breach. It effectively isolated Kethmara from the outside galaxy for a minimum of 24 hours. Sir, implementing Protocol 7 without authorization from High Command is grounds for court-martial. I'm aware of the consequences, Commander. Do it. The Korath officer's training ward with his personal loyalty to his superior. After a moment of internal struggle, he activated the protocol from his command console. Throughout the prison, emergency barriers slammed into place, communication arrays powered down, and automated defenses came online. Warden, ZXKO said quietly, you're risking everything. I hope you know what you're doing. So do I, Commander. So do I. With the prison now sealed against outside interference, Vorthack made his way to the maximum security wing where Sarah had been placed. The child cell was located in the center of a complex maze of containment systems, each layer designed to hold prisoners with specific types of dangerous abilities. As he approached her location, the dragon's enhanced senses detected something unusual. The child was not alone. Two figures stood outside her cell, their forms barely visible even to Vorthack's superior vision. They moved with the careful precision of trained infiltrators, examining the security systems with professional interest. Their equipment was unlike anything in the Coalition's standard arsenal, featuring energy signatures that registered as completely alien to the prison sensors. The dragon activated his personal communication system, sending a silent alert to Commander ZXKO. Then he stepped into the corridor, his massive presence filling the space and making stealth impossible for the intruders. Identify yourselves, he rumbled, his voice echoing off the metal walls. The two figures turned to face him, and Vorthack found himself looking at something he had never encountered in all his years of service. They appeared to be humans, but their features held a strange quality that suggested extensive genetic modification. Their skin had an almost metallic sheen, their eyes glowed with inner light, and their movements carried a fluid grace that spoke of enhanced reflexes and strength. "Greetings, Warden Vorthak." The taller of the two spoke, his voice carrying harmonics that no natural human throat could produce. "We have come to collect our property." "I see no property here, only a prisoner under coalition jurisdiction." The second figure stepped forward, and the dragon noticed that neither intruder cast a shadow despite the bright corridor lighting. "The child belongs to us. Her conditioning is incomplete, but recent events have accelerated our timeline." Conditioning? Vorthak's voice carried a dangerous edge that had intimidated countless criminals over the centuries. "Explain yourselves." Sarah Chun is the product of a 50-year research program designed to create the perfect weapon. Her abilities are the result of careful genetic manipulation, neural enhancement, and exposure to technologies beyond current galactic understanding. The truth was finally beginning to emerge. "You're responsible for framing her for the research station attack. A necessary deception to ensure her delivery to a secure location where the final phase of her development could be completed. Kethmara was chosen specifically because its isolation would prevent interference." Vorthak realized he was face-to-face with representatives of a shadow organization that operated outside the bounds of known government. "What organization do you represent?" "We are the architects of humanity's future, Warden. Your species and others have grown comfortable with the current balance of power in the galaxy. We represent those who believe it's time for a change." The dragon's massive form tensed for combat. "I will not allow you to take the child. You misunderstand the situation." The first figure raised his hand, and energy began to coalesce around his fingers. "We are not asking your permission." The battle that followed lasted less than 30 seconds and devastated 3 levels of the maximum security wing. Vorthak's first breath weapon, a stream of superheated plasma capable of melting starship hulls, struck empty air as both intruders moved with impossible speed. They separated, one attacking from each direction, their enhanced abilities allowing them to match the dragon's strength and speed. But they had made a critical error in their assessment of their opponent. Vorthak was not just any dragon. He was a veteran of the Coalition Wars, trained in combat techniques that predated most star-faring civilizations. His massive claws, each one sharper than any manufacture blade, found their targets despite his opponent's enhanced reflexes. The shorter figure fell first, his genetically modified physiology unable to survive the massive trauma of Vorthak's attack. The second lasted longer, using energy weapons that scored deep burns across the dragon's armored scales, but eventually succumbed to the ancient predator's relentless assault. As the immediate threat ended, Vorthak found himself looking down at 2 beings who had claimed to represent humanity's future. Their modified forms were already beginning to decompose in ways that suggested extensive artificial enhancement rather than natural evolution. "Fascinating," a small voice said from behind him. The dragon spun around to find Sarah Chun standing in the corridor, having somehow bypassed the multiple security systems that should have kept her contained. She approached the bodies with the clinical interest of a scientist examining specimens. "They were telling the truth about the genetic modifications," she continued, kneeling beside one of the fallen intruders. "But they got several important details wrong about my conditioning." Vorthak studied the child with new understanding. "You've been aware of your abilities all along." "I've been aware of many things, Warden. The question is whether you're prepared to hear them." "I'm listening." Sarah stood, brushing dust from her simple prison uniform. Despite everything that had happened, she maintained the same calm demeanor that had puzzled the dragon from the beginning. "My parents weren't killed in a mining accident. They were murdered because they discovered what was being done to me at the children's home. The experiments weren't being conducted by the Coalition. They were being performed by a group that has infiltrated multiple galactic governments. The implications were staggering. A shadow organization with access to technology beyond current understanding. More than that, they've been manipulating events across the galaxy for decades, steering conflicts and political developments towards some ultimate goal. My creation was just one small part of a much larger plan. Vorthack's ancient mind processed this information. What is their ultimate objective? They call it the Great Transition, the replacement of current galactic leadership with enhanced beings who share their vision of imposed order. They've been creating weapons like me for 50 years, placing us in strategic positions throughout known space. How many others are there? Sarah's expression grew troubled. I don't know exactly, but based on what I've learned, there are at least 12 primary subjects like myself, each one designed for specific functions within their organization's hierarchy. The dragon understood the true scope of the threat now. If a dozen beings with Sarah's abilities were operating under the control of this shadow group, they could potentially overthrow governments, assassinate leaders, or destroy entire star systems without warning. Why are you telling me this? Why haven't you tried to escape or contact your handlers? Because I don't work for them anymore. Sarah's voice carried a hardness that no child should possess. When they murdered my parents, they made a critical error in my psychological conditioning. They assumed that eliminating emotional attachments would make me more compliant. Instead, it gave me clarity about what they really were. Vorthack began to understand. You've been waiting for an opportunity to act against them. I've been gathering information and waiting for the right moment to begin systematic elimination of their operational network. Your prison was supposed to be my final destination before activation, but your investigation changed the timeline. The research station you were accused of destroying was actually a front for one of their enhancement laboratories. I did destroy it, but not in the way they claimed. I used my abilities to collapse the facility's artificial gravity generation system, making it appear as if the destruction came from external assault. The dragon realized he had been manipulated from multiple directions. They framed you for a crime you actually committed, but for different reasons. They needed me in a secure location where the final phase of conditioning could be completed without outside interference. But they also needed to explain the destruction of their facility in a way that wouldn't lead to investigation of their activities. Commander Zexkao's voice crackled through the communication system. Warden, we have a problem. The unauthorized ship has broken through our outer defenses and is attempting to dock at Platform 7. They're broadcasting override codes that appear to be authentic. Vorthack looked at Sarah, who had been listening to the exchange with obvious interest. I assume those are your former handlers arriving to collect you. Most likely, but they're going to find the situation somewhat different than they expected. How so? Sarah's expression shifted, and, for a moment, the dragon glimpsed something behind her careful facade that chilled him more than any threat he had ever faced. It wasn't cruelty or madness, but rather the cold calculation of a predator that had finally decided to hunt. Because unlike my supposed victims at the research station, these people won't have the luxury of a quick death. The child began walking toward the main corridor, her small form moving with newfound purpose. Warden, I suggest you order your staff to remain in secure positions for the next hour. What's about to happen will not be pleasant to witness. Vorthack found himself in an impossible position. By all rights, he should restrain the child and turn her over to proper coalition authorities. But everything he had learned suggested that those authorities had been compromised by the same organization that had created her. Sarah, he called after her. What happens after you deal with these people? She paused without turning around. I continue my work eliminating the rest of their network. There are 11 others like me who need to be found and either saved or stopped, depending on how far their conditioning has progressed. And if the coalition tries to stop you, then I'll have to decide whether the greater threat comes from corrupt officials or the shadow organization that controls them. The dragon watched as the 12-year-old girl disappeared around the corner, heading toward what would either be her rescue or the beginning of a campaign that could reshape the balance of power throughout the known galaxy. For the first time in his long life, Vorthack truly didn't know which outcome would be better for the universe at large. The docking bay of Platform 7 had been designed to handle the largest coalition transport ships, its vast chamber capable of accommodating vessels over 300 meters in length. As Vorthack made his way through the prison's corridors, Following the path Sarah had taken, he could hear the distinctive hum of an unknown ship's engines echoing through the facility structure. Commander ZXKO met him at the entrance to the platform level, his scaled features tight with concern. "Warden, the ship's configuration doesn't match any coalition design in our databases. It's roughly frigate-sized, but incorporates technology that our sensors can't properly identify." "Where's the child now?" "She entered maintenance shaft C7 approximately 10 minutes ago. Her current location is unknown. That shaft connects to multiple sections of the platform." Vorthack's enhanced hearing detected sounds of combat from the direction of the docking bay. Energy weapons firing in rapid succession, followed by what sounded like metal being torn apart by tremendous force. The sounds lasted less than 2 minutes before silence returned. "Warden," ZXKO said quietly, "whatever that child really is, I don't think we're dealing with any kind of enhanced human that our science can explain." Before the dragon could respond, Sarah's voice echoed through the facility's communication system. Somehow, she had accessed the central command network despite all the security protocols that should have prevented such intrusion. "Warden Vorthack, please report to Docking Bay 7. I have something you need to see." The two officers made their way through the security checkpoints that led to the platform level. Each barrier required multiple authorization codes, but they found every door standing open, the locks having been bypassed with surgical precision. When they finally reached the docking bay itself, both stopped in shock at what they discovered. The unknown ship hung motionless in the bay's center, its hull completely intact, but showing no signs of life. Its design was unlike anything in Coalition records. Smooth curves that seemed to flow like liquid metal, surface materials that shifted color in response to ambient lighting, and propulsion systems based on principles that defied conventional understanding. But it wasn't the ship that held their attention. 7 figures lay scattered across the docking bay floor, each one clearly human, but modified in ways that went far beyond normal genetic enhancement. Their bodies showed signs of extensive technological integration, with cybernetic implants that pulsed with residual energy and biological modifications that suggested they were more machine than flesh. Sarah stood in the center of the carnage, her simple prison uniform unmarked despite the obvious violence that had taken place. In her small hands, she held a device that Vorthack recognized as a neural interface headset, its crystalline surface glowing with stored information. "I was right about their conditioning protocols," she said without looking up from the device. "These 7 were completely converted. There was no saving them." Vorthack approached carefully, his massive form casting shadows across the bay. "What exactly did you do to them?" "I disrupted their cybernetic control systems using localized electromagnetic pulses. Once their technological components shut down, their biological functions couldn't sustain themselves." Sarah finally looked up at the dragon, her dark eyes reflecting an intelligence that seemed far older than her apparent age. "They weren't really alive anymore, Warden. They were puppets being controlled by artificial intelligence systems." Commander ZXKO examined one of the fallen figures, his expression growing more disturbed as he cataloged the modifications. "These implants are decades beyond anything in Coalition medical technology. How is such advancement possible?" "Because the organization that created them has been working with technology that doesn't originate from this galaxy," Sarah replied. She activated the neural interface device, causing holographic displays to appear around them. "The information stored in their command systems tells a very different story than what I was programmed to believe." The holograms showed star charts that extended far beyond the known boundaries of Coalition space, depicting vast regions marked with symbols that suggested active colonization or resource extraction. But the most disturbing images showed what appeared to be entire star systems being systematically dismantled, their planets reduced to raw materials for massive construction projects. "What are we looking at?" Vorthack asked. "The true scope of their operation. The shadow organization I told you about isn't based in this galaxy at all. They're an advanced force preparing for something much larger." New images appeared, fleets of ships that dwarfed anything in Coalition records, their designs incorporating the same flowing aesthetic as the vessel in the docking bay. The numbers displayed alongside the fleet readouts suggested military forces numbering in the millions of vessels. An invasion, ZXKO breathed. More than that, Sarah continued. A complete replacement of existing galactic civilization. They've been studying our species, our governments, our military capabilities for over a century, identifying weaknesses and preparing countermeasures. Vorthak studied the information with growing alarm. How long do we have before this invasion begins? Sarah manipulated the interface, causing new displays to appear. According to their operational timeline, the first wave was scheduled to begin 18 months from now. But my escape from their control system has forced them to accelerate their plans. Meaning we have perhaps 6 months before advanced scout fleets begin arriving in Coalition space. The implications were staggering. Even with warning, the combined military forces of all known galactic governments would be vastly outnumbered by what these projections showed. Vorthak's tactical mind began analyzing defensive possibilities and found very few that offered any hope of success. There has to be something we can do, he said. Some weakness in their plan that could be exploited. Sarah nodded, her expression shifting to show the first sign of hope since he had met her. There is, but it requires understanding something that these invaders have consistently underestimated, which is human adaptability under pressure. The dragon's great head tilted slightly. Explain. Sarah gestured toward the fallen figures around them. Every one of these modified humans was enhanced according to specific parameters designed to maximize their effectiveness for predetermined roles. Faster reflexes for combat, enhanced intelligence for technical operations, improved physical strength for manual labor. But in every case, their modifications were designed to optimize existing capabilities rather than create entirely new ones. That seems logical. It would be if humans were as limited as these invaders believe. But they've made a fundamental error in their assessment of human potential. Sarah's voice carried a note of satisfaction that seemed disturbing coming from a child. They've been studying us for over a century, but they've been studying us during a period of relative peace and prosperity. Vorthak began to understand where her reasoning was leading. They haven't seen how humans respond to existential threats. Exactly. Their data comes from observing human behavior during normal circumstances. They have no models for how human society adapts when faced with extinction-level challenges. Commander ZXKO stepped forward. What kind of adaptations are you suggesting? The kind that emerge when survival depends on transcending previous limitations. Sarah manipulated the neural interface again, this time displaying information about human historical patterns. Every major crisis in human history has triggered periods of rapid innovation and social evolution. Wars that forced technological advancement, disasters that created new forms of cooperation, conflicts that revealed capabilities no one knew existed. The data showed examples from human history, periods when technological development accelerated by orders of magnitude, when social structures adapted to meet unprecedented challenges, when individuals accomplished things that should have been impossible under normal circumstances. But this would be different, Vorthak pointed out. This is an invasion by a force with technology centuries beyond human capabilities, which is exactly the kind of impossible challenge that tends to bring out the best in human ingenuity. Sarah's expression grew thoughtful. The invaders have been planning this operation for decades, assuming the human capabilities would remain static. But what if they're wrong? The dragon considered this possibility. In his centuries of observing different species, he had noted that humans did indeed display unusual creativity under pressure. Their tendency to find unconventional solutions to seemingly impossible problems was well documented throughout coalition military history. What do you propose? He asked. We need to warn the coalition governments about the invasion, but not in a way that triggers the usual diplomatic and bureaucratic responses. This threat requires immediate action and unprecedented cooperation between species that have never worked together effectively. How do you suggest we accomplish that? Sarah gestured toward the alien ship floating in the docking bay. By giving them evidence they can't ignore and a demonstration of what human potential really looks like when it's properly motivated. I'm listening. This ship contains complete intelligence files on the invasion plans, including detailed assessments of coalition military capabilities and strategic weaknesses. But more importantly, it contains the technical specifications for the enhancement procedures that created me and the others like me. Vorthack's eyes narrowed. You're suggesting we create more enhanced humans. I'm suggesting we give humanity the tools to enhance themselves in ways that these invaders never anticipated. Sarah's voice carried an edge of steel that reminded the dragon she was far more than she appeared. The invaders created 12 of us as weapons under their control. But what if we could create thousands who answer only to themselves? That would be incredibly dangerous. Less dangerous than extinction. Commander ZXKO had been studying the technical readouts from the ship's database. Warden, the enhancement procedures shown here go far beyond anything I thought possible. Neural integration with quantum computing systems, cellular modifications that allow for rapid adaptation to environmental threats, genetic changes that enhance problem-solving capabilities by orders of magnitude. But such modifications would fundamentally change what it means to be human, Vorthack pointed out. Perhaps, Sarah agreed. But the alternative is letting humanity be destroyed by beings who have already abandoned their original nature in pursuit of power. She gestured toward the fallen figures around them. These were once human too, before they chose to become something else. The question is whether we're willing to choose our own path of evolution or allow others to choose extinction for us. The dragon found himself facing a decision that would affect the future of galactic civilization. Everything Sarah had shown him suggested that the coming invasion would indeed overwhelm current defensive capabilities. But the solution she proposed carried risks that might be equally catastrophic. If we proceed with this plan, he said carefully, there would be no going back. Once humans begin enhancing themselves on a large scale, the process becomes irreversible. Irreversible change is exactly what this situation requires, Sarah replied. The invaders are counting on predictable responses to their threat. Military buildups, diplomatic negotiations, conventional defensive strategies, all of which will fail because they've already planned countermeasures for everything in our current tactical doctrine. What you're describing is essentially starting an arms race with beings who have a century head start. No, what I'm describing is changing the rules of the race entirely. Sarah's expression grew intense. They expect to fight the humans they've been observing for the past 100 years. But what if they found themselves facing humans who had transcended every limitation they thought they understood? Vorthack realized that the choice before him extended far beyond the immediate threat of invasion. Sarah was proposing nothing less than the forced evolution of human civilization in response to an existential threat. Such a transformation would permanently alter the balance of power throughout the galaxy, with consequences that no one could fully predict. But as he looked at the evidence spread before him, the advanced alien technology, the detailed invasion plans, the demonstration of what enhanced human capabilities could accomplish, he found himself agreeing with the child's assessment. Sometimes survival required transcending everything you had been in order to become something capable of facing an impossible challenge. Very well, the dragon said. Tell me exactly what you have in mind. The transformation began 3 weeks later across 17 different coalition worlds simultaneously. Vorthack watched from his position aboard the coalition flagship Eternal Vigilance as the most ambitious undertaking in galactic history unfolded according to Sarah's carefully orchestrated plan. The dragon had been temporarily reassigned from his prison duties to serve as a special advisor to the Coalition Emergency Defense Council, his centuries of experience deemed invaluable for coordinating the unprecedented response to the invasion threat. The initial challenge had been convincing the coalition governments that the threat was real. Despite the overwhelming evidence contained within the captured alien ships database, political leaders across multiple species had struggled to accept the scope of what they faced. Wars between galactic powers were one thing. They had protocols and procedures for such conflicts. An invasion by extragalactic forces using incomprehensible technology was something entirely different. It had taken Sarah herself appearing before the Coalition High Command to break through their disbelief. The 12-year-old girl had stood before the assembled representatives of 43 different species, her small form dwarfed by the massive chamber of the Coalition Senate. But when she began demonstrating her abilities, manipulating gravity fields with her bare hands, interfacing directly with computer systems using only her enhanced neural capabilities, displaying tactical analysis skills that surpassed the finest military minds in the galaxy, the denial crumbled rapidly. "The choice before you is simple," she had told them, her young voice carrying through the chamber with perfect clarity. "You can continue operating under the assumption that your current capabilities are sufficient to meet this threat and watch your civilizations be systematically dismantled. Or you can accept that survival requires adaptation beyond anything you have previously considered." The debate that followed had lasted for 3 days. Military leaders argued for conventional defensive strategies. Political figures worried about the implications of mass human enhancement. Scientists questioned whether the proposed modifications were even possible with existing technology. Sarah had ended the debate by presenting them with a simple demonstration. Using the enhancement protocols recovered from the alien ship, she had modified herself further, integrating new capabilities that transformed her from an enhanced human into something that transcended previous definitions entirely. Before the assembled senators, she had reached into the ship's quantum core with her bare hands and begun rewriting its fundamental programming structures. "This is what becomes possible when humans stop limiting themselves to what they think they are," she had said as the alien technology bent to her like clay in the hands of sculptor. "Your invaders expect to face the humans they observed during their study period. They have no models for what humans can become when they choose to evolve." The vote to approve the emergency enhancement program had been unanimous. Now, 3 weeks later, Vorthak observed the results of that decision with a mixture of awe and concern. On the primary view screen of the Coalition flagship, status reports streamed in from enhancement facilities across known space. The numbers were staggering. Over 2 million humans had volunteered for the initial wave of modifications, with millions more waiting for their turn in the process. Commander ZXKO, who had been promoted to serve as Vorthak's liaison officer, approached with the latest intelligence summaries. "Warden, the results are beyond anything our predictive models suggested. The enhancement process isn't just improving existing human capabilities, it's creating entirely new ones." The Dragon studied the reports with growing amazement. Human volunteers were emerging from the enhancement facilities with abilities that defied conventional understanding of biology and physics. Enhanced individuals could interface directly with any form of technology, regardless of its origin or complexity. Others had developed the ability to manipulate matter at the molecular level, essentially rewriting the fundamental structure of materials through conscious will. Perhaps most remarkable were the enhanced humans who had developed what could only be described as intuitive understanding of hyperspace mechanics, allowing them to navigate faster-than-light travel without the need for sophisticated computer systems. How are the other coalition species responding to these developments? Vorthak asked. With varying degrees of concern and admiration, ZXKO replied. The Velthari have requested permission to begin similar enhancement programs for their own people, though their crystalline physiology presents unique challenges. The Korath Military Command has volunteered several units to serve as test subjects for enhanced human design tactical systems. And opposition? Surprisingly minimal, sir. The evidence of the invasion threat has convinced most governments that unprecedented measures are justified, though I suspect opinions may change once people fully understand what enhanced humans are capable of. As if summoned by their conversation, Sarah Chun materialized in the flagship's command center. Her enhanced abilities now included what appeared to be short-range teleportation, though the technical explanation involved manipulation of space-time that even Coalition scientists struggled to comprehend. She looked exactly the same as she had 3 weeks earlier, a small 12-year-old girl in clothes that were still too large for her frame. But her presence now carried a weight that made even veteran military officers step aside respectfully as she approached. "Warden," she said, her voice maintaining its calm tone despite the enormous changes she had undergone. "We have a problem." Vorthak's attention focused immediately. "Explain." "The invasion timeline has accelerated again. Our scout networks have detected massive spatial distortions along the galactic rim. The advanced fleets are beginning to arrive." The dragon's massive claws clicked against the metal deck plating. "How much time do we have?" "Weeks, not months. The lead elements of their force are already conducting reconnaissance of outer coalition systems." Commander ZXKO activated the strategic display, showing the galactic map with known coalition territories highlighted in blue. As they watched, red indicators began appearing along the rim, each one representing a confirmed hostile contact. "How many ships are we detecting?" Vorthak asked. "Current count is over 15,000 vessels in the initial wave," Sarah replied. "But that represents only a small fraction of their total force. The main invasion fleet is still in extragalactic space, but it's moving faster than our previous estimates suggested." The numbers were overwhelming. Even with the rapid expansion of coalition military forces, they could field perhaps 3,000 ships capable of engaging in serious combat. The technological advantage the invaders enjoyed made the numerical disparity even more daunting. "What about our enhanced human units?" ZXKO asked. "How many are combat ready?" Sarah consulted data streams that appeared to flow directly into her consciousness without the need for external displays. Approximately 50,000 enhanced individuals have completed the full transformation process. Another 200,000 are at various stages of enhancement. But we're discovering that their capabilities extend far beyond conventional military applications. Meaning, enhanced humans don't fight wars the way unenhanced beings do. Their approach to conflict involves strategies and tactics that have no precedent in military history. She gestured toward the strategic display, and the image shifted to show a detailed view of one of the outer rim systems where hostile contacts have been detected. But instead of showing fleet movements and defensive positions, the display highlighted something entirely different. Enhanced reconnaissance teams have already infiltrated several invasion ships using abilities the enemy never anticipated, Sarah continued. They're not engaging in direct combat. They're rewriting the fundamental programming of alien technology from within. The dragon watched in fascination as the display showed invasion vessels suddenly changing course, their movement patterns becoming erratic and uncoordinated. They're turning the invaders' own ships against them. More than that, enhanced humans are learning to think in ways that match the complexity of the technology they're manipulating. Each successful infiltration provides them with deeper understanding of alien systems, which they then share with other enhanced individuals through direct neural communication. Vorthak began to understand the true scope of what Sarah had unleashed. You're creating a collective intelligence network. We're evolving a new form of human consciousness that can match the invaders' technological sophistication with pure adaptive capability. Sarah's expression grew thoughtful. The aliens have spent centuries perfecting their technology and military doctrine, but they've never faced an opponent capable of learning and adapting faster than they can implement countermeasures. The strategic display updated again, showing the status of enhanced human operations across multiple star systems. What Vorthak saw challenged every assumption he had about warfare and conflict resolution. Instead of massive fleet engagements and planetary bombardments, the enhanced humans were conducting what could only be described as surgical strikes against the invasion force's fundamental operational capabilities. They're not trying to destroy the invasion fleet, he realized. Destruction would be wasteful, Sarah agreed. Enhanced humans are converting enemy assets to serve coalition purposes. Every ship they capture becomes part of our defensive network. Every piece of alien technology they analyze provides new capabilities for the enhancement process. Commander ZXKO studied the tactical data with growing amazement. According to these reports, the invasion force's advance has already been halted in 3 sectors. Their ships are simply stopping because enhanced humans have convinced the alien AI systems that their current mission parameters are suboptimal, Sarah explained. When you can communicate directly with artificial intelligence at the quantum level, persuasion becomes a matter of presenting more compelling logical frameworks. The dragon found himself reconsidering everything he thought he understood about the conflict. You're not fighting a war. You're conducting a conversion process. War implies the use of force to impose your will on an opponent, Sarah replied. What we're doing is demonstrating that cooperation produces better outcomes for all parties involved. Even for the invaders, especially for the invaders. Their original civilization was destroyed by the same uncontrolled expansion that drove them to invade other galaxies. Enhanced humans are offering them something they've never had. The possibility of sustainable growth through adaptation rather than conquest. Vorthak's ancient mind struggled to process the implications of what she was describing. You're attempting to rehabilitate an entire extragalactic invasion force. We're showing them that the path they've chosen leads inevitably to self-destruction, while the path we offer leads to genuine advancement. Sarah's voice carried a note of satisfaction. Enhanced humans have the advantage of still remembering what it felt like to be limited by circumstances beyond their control. We understand the desperation that drives beings to seek expansion through conquest. The strategic display shifted again, this time showing communication channels being established between coalition enhanced humans and elements of the invasion force. The conversation logs revealed negotiations that transcended anything in diplomatic history. Enhanced humans were offering technological integration, shared consciousness networks, and collaborative development of capabilities that neither side could achieve alone. This is unprecedented, ZXKO breathed. They're turning an invasion into a merger. They're demonstrating what becomes possible when intelligence develops beyond the limitations of individual self-interest, Sarah corrected. Enhanced humans understand that true advancement requires cooperation with beings who possess different capabilities and perspectives. Vorthak watched as the tactical situation continued to evolve in ways that defied every military doctrine he had ever studied. Invasion fleets were standing down not because they had been defeated, but because they had been offered something better than conquest. Alliance networks were forming between species that had never previously communicated with each other. What happens next? He asked. Sarah's expression grew thoughtful as she considered future possibilities that extended far beyond the immediate crisis. Enhanced humans will continue developing their capabilities while integrating willing members of the invasion force into the coalition structure. Within 6 months, we should have access to extragalactic territories and the resources they contain, and the humans who choose not to undergo enhancement. They remain free to live according to their own preferences, protected by enhanced individuals who remember what it was like to be unenhanced. The goal has never been to replace baseline humanity. It's been to ensure that baseline humanity has the freedom to exist. The dragon realized that he was witnessing the beginning of a transformation that would affect not just human civilization, but the entire structure of galactic society. Enhanced humans were demonstrating capabilities that made the traditional distinctions between species, governments, and even individual consciousness less relevant. Sarah, he said quietly, what you started here goes far beyond responding to an invasion threat. You're creating the foundation for an entirely new form of civilization. The child, though she was clearly something beyond any simple definition of that term now, nodded solemnly. Sometimes survival requires becoming something greater than what you were. The alternative is accepting limitation as permanent and letting others determine your fate. As Vorthak watched the continuing reports flow in from across the galaxy, he found himself both awed and slightly afraid of what humanity was becoming. But he could no longer doubt that this transformation was necessary for their survival, and perhaps for the advancement of galactic civilization itself. 6 months after the first enhanced humans emerged from the transformation chambers, Vorthak stood on the observation deck of the newly constructed diplomatic station orbiting the galactic core. The ancient dragon's golden eyes reflected the swirling energies of the supermassive black hole below, but his attention was focused on something far more remarkable than any astronomical phenomenon. The station itself represented achievements that would have been impossible just a year earlier. Its construction had required technologies that merged coalition engineering with innovations recovered from the former invasion force, guided by enhanced human consciousness that could perceive and manipulate matter at levels approaching pure thought. The result was a structure that existed partially in normal space and partially in hyperspace dimensions, allowing for instantaneous communication across galactic distances. But the station's purpose was even more extraordinary than its construction. It served as the central hub for what had become known as the Consciousness Collective, a voluntary network linking enhanced humans, reformed alien intelligences, and willing members of dozens of different species into a shared awareness that transcended individual limitations. Sarah Chun materialized beside him without the usual distortions of teleportation technology. Her abilities had evolved to the point where she could simply choose to exist in different locations, a capability that even enhanced human scientists struggled to explain. "The final integration protocols are beginning," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that suggested she was simultaneously speaking from multiple locations across the galaxy. "The last of the invasion fleet commanders have agreed to join the collective." Vorthak nodded, though his expression remained thoughtful. "And the resistance movements?" "Minimal and decreasing. Most opposition comes from individuals who fear losing their identity, rather than from genuine hostility to the enhancement process." Sarah's form solidified into her familiar appearance, still a 12-year-old girl, still wearing simple clothes, still carrying herself with the same calm dignity that had first puzzled the dragon. "We've learned to address those concerns more effectively." The dragon activated a holographic display showing the current status of galactic civilization. What he saw would have been unimaginable when Sarah first arrived at Kethmara prison. The rigid boundaries between coalition member species had given way to fluid networks of cooperation based on capability and interest rather than biological origin. Former invasion fleets now served as exploration vessels, carrying mixed crews of enhanced humans and reformed alien intelligences to investigate phenomena beyond previous understanding. Most remarkably, the transformation had occurred without the massive casualties or social upheaval that everyone had predicted. Enhanced humans had demonstrated an almost supernatural ability to anticipate and address the concerns of unenhanced beings, creating transition processes that preserved individual choice while maximizing collective benefit. "How many beings are now part of the collective?" Vorthak asked. "Direct participants number approximately 50 million across 47 species," Sarah replied. "But the network effects extend far beyond direct members. Every enhanced individual serves as a bridge between the collective and their original communities, ensuring that benefits flow to all beings regardless of their enhancement status." The dragon studied population and productivity statistics that showed dramatic improvements across virtually every metric of galactic civilization. Scientific advancement had accelerated to the point where new discoveries were being made faster than existing knowledge could be cataloged. Resource scarcity had been eliminated through technologies that could transmute matter at the atomic level. Conflicts between different species had virtually disappeared as enhanced mediators could address the root causes of disagreement before they escalated to violence. "It's almost too good to be true," Vorthak observed. Sarah's expression grew more serious. "Which is why we need to discuss what happens next." "Meaning?" The collective's growth is approaching the point where fundamental changes become inevitable. Enhanced consciousness naturally seeks to transcend existing limitations, including the boundaries of individual identity that most beings consider essential to their existence. The dragon felt a chill of concern. You're talking about the complete merger of individual consciousness into a single entity. I'm talking about the possibility of beings choosing to evolve beyond individualism into forms of existence that unenhanced minds cannot comprehend. Sarah gestured toward the swirling energies of the galactic core, visible through the station's transparent walls. Enhanced humans have begun exploring dimensions of reality that extend far beyond physical space and time. The temptation to abandon material existence entirely is becoming increasingly difficult to resist. Vorthak realized they were approaching the ultimate question that had underlain the entire transformation process. Would such an evolution necessarily be harmful to unenhanced beings? Not harmful in any intentional sense, but beings who transcend material existence tend to lose interest in the concerns of those who remain bound by physical limitations. Sarah's voice carried a note of regret that suggested she was already feeling the pull of such transcendence. Enhanced humans are working to establish safeguards that would ensure the protection and continued development of baseline civilization, but there are no guarantees such measures would remain effective indefinitely. The dragon pondered this dilemma. Everything Sarah had achieved had been motivated by the need to protect humanity and galactic civilization from an existential threat. But success in that endeavor had created new challenges that might ultimately prove equally dangerous to the values she had originally sought to preserve. Is there an alternative? He asked. Several possibilities. Enhanced humans could choose to limit their development, accepting current capabilities as sufficient and focusing on the gradual improvement of existing civilization rather than transcendent evolution. They could establish permanent liaison consciousness that would maintain connection with baseline beings regardless of how far enhanced individuals advanced. Or they could develop technologies that would allow unenhanced beings to participate in transcendent experiences without undergoing permanent transformation. Each option carried significant implications that extended far beyond immediate concerns. Limiting enhancement development might leave civilization vulnerable to future threats that required transcendent capabilities to address. Liaison consciousness might prove insufficient if enhanced beings evolved beyond the ability to communicate with any form of individual awareness. Technology-mediated transcendence might fundamentally alter the nature of unenhanced existence in ways that no one could predict. What do you recommend? Vorthak asked. Sarah was quiet for several minutes, and the dragon sensed that she was consulting with other enhanced beings across the galaxy through the collective network. When she finally spoke, her voice carried the weight of decisions that would affect countless billions of beings. We implement all three approaches simultaneously. Enhanced humans will establish multiple parallel development paths that preserve maximum flexibility for future adaptation. Some individuals will focus on technological advancement within current limitations. Others will pursue transcendent evolution while maintaining voluntary liaison with baseline consciousness. Still others will develop hybrid approaches that allow for temporary transcendence experiences without permanent transformation. That sounds incredibly complex. Complexity is no longer a limitation for enhanced consciousness. We can maintain awareness of millions of parallel development threads simultaneously while ensuring that each path receives appropriate resources and attention. Vorthak found himself both impressed and slightly disturbed by the scope of what Sarah was describing. The enhanced humans were essentially planning to pursue every possible evolutionary path simultaneously, using their collective consciousness to coordinate developments that would have been impossible for individual beings to manage. And if one of these paths proves dangerous or counterproductive, we maintain the ability to reallocate resources and consciousness toward more promising alternatives. Enhanced awareness includes the capability to recognize and correct mistakes much more rapidly than traditional decision-making processes allow. The dragon realized that he was witnessing the birth of a form of civilization that transcended everything in galactic history. The enhanced humans were not simply solving immediate problems. They were developing the capacity to address any challenge that might arise through adaptive evolution guided by collective intelligence. "Sarah," he said carefully, "I need to ask you something as someone who remembers what it was like before all this began. Do you still consider yourself human?" The question seemed to give her pause. For a moment, her enhanced composure slipped, and Vorthak glimpsed something that reminded him of the frightened child who had first arrived at his prison. "I remember being human," she said quietly. "I remember the limitations, the fears, the loneliness of existing as a single consciousness trapped within biological constraints. I remember what it felt like to face problems that seemed impossible to solve and challenges that appeared beyond my ability to meet. But that's not what you are now. No, what I am now has access to capabilities that 12-year-old Sarah Chun could never have imagined. I can perceive reality from perspectives that span multiple dimensions simultaneously. I can communicate with forms of intelligence that exist as pure information. I can manipulate matter and energy through conscious will alone. Does that make you better than what you were before?" Sarah considered the question with the same thoughtful attention she brought to every significant issue. "It makes me more capable of protecting and advancing the things that mattered to that 12-year-old girl. Her parents were dead. Her world had been destroyed by forces beyond her control, and she faced a future that offered only suffering and exploitation. What I am now ensures that no child will ever face such circumstances again." Vorthak understood. The enhanced humans had not abandoned their original nature. They had transcended the limitations that prevented them from fully expressing their deepest values and commitments. "So this is what human potential looks like when it's finally unrestricted," he observed. "This is what any species' potential looks like when it chooses to grow beyond arbitrary constraints," Sarah replied. "Humans simply happen to be in the right circumstances to make that choice first." The dragon gazed out at the swirling energies of the galactic core, considering the implications of what he had witnessed over the past year. An ancient prison warden had become advisor to the greatest transformation in galactic history. A frightened child had become the architect of post-scarcity civilization. An invasion force had become willing participants in the next stage of evolutionary development. "What happens to beings like me?" he asked. "Dragons, Korath, Veltheri, all the species that choose to remain unenhanced. You continue developing according to your own nature and preferences, protected by enhanced beings who understand the value of diversity and the importance of preserving multiple paths of development." Sarah's expression grew warm with something that still resembled the compassion of a human child. Enhanced consciousness includes the awareness that transcendence without foundation loses meaning. We need beings who remember what it was like to face limitations, who value individual achievement, who find joy in gradual progress rather than instantaneous transformation. We serve as your connection to what you used to be. You serve as reminders of what we're working to preserve and protect. Enhanced humans may have transcended individual consciousness, but we haven't transcended the values that made consciousness worth preserving in the first place. Vorthak nodded slowly, beginning to understand his place in the new galactic order that was emerging. Ancient dragons and other unenhanced beings would serve as guardians of perspective, ensuring that transcendent consciousness remained connected to the experiences and values that gave existence meaning. "Very well," he said. "What do you need from me?" Sarah's expression shifted, and for a moment she looked exactly like the 12-year-old girl who had arrived at his prison so many months earlier. "Help us remember what it felt like to be small and frightened and limited, but determined to protect the things we loved anyway." Enhanced consciousness can analyze and understand those experiences, but we need beings who still live them to help us maintain connection with what made them valuable. The dragon smiled, an expression that would have terrified most beings, but somehow seemed appropriate in this context. That, young human, is something I can do. As he watched Sarah fade into the quantum dimensions where enhanced beings now spent most of their existence, Vorthak reflected on the extraordinary chain of events that had brought them to this point. A child sent to prison had become the catalyst for the greatest advancement in galactic history. An invasion had been transformed into integration. The end of human limitations had become the beginning of unlimited possibility for all conscious beings. And through it all, the fundamental truth that had started everything remained unchanged. Sometimes protecting what you love requires becoming more than what you are. The dragon settled into his role as guardian of memory and perspective, watching over a galaxy where enhanced consciousness worked tirelessly to ensure that no being would ever again face the kind of impossible choices that had created the transformation in the first place. It was, he reflected, exactly the kind of future that 12-year-old Sarachan would have wanted to build.